Testing that is working fine. Testing that is working fine. Okay. So the topic of today is Arab art or Arabic art or Islamic art, whatever you want to call it. Today at the beginning is when I will talk about mythology. There is not much to say about this mythology, but anyway, I start now. Soon the Arabs get a great empire. In 622 in Ejira, Muhammad fled from Mecca to Medina. A century later, Muslims come to British. On the east, the limits are in the Chinese Turkestan. In the 16th century, although they lost Spain, the Turkish reached the Danube and treated Vienna. Just a little bit of history. Here is about the architecture. Columns, arches, like engraved, horseshoe, mock Arabic, lot, mixed linear, cross-linked, tumido. These are the different arches, like here. Bowls, wood paneling, mock Arabic, scallopon, gallon, cross-linked, nervous. These are the different. These are the bowls, the arches. And decoration, geometric, vegetal, autouric, epigraphic. And then the mosque, haram, sun, minbar, mirab, minaret, qibla, and font. This will be font. So this is the decoration. This is the parts of the mosque. And I need to put this better. Columns, arches, vaults. These are the different kinds of vaults. I want to put them separately, maybe. Too many. Let's see how I put this. thinking how to put this so it doesn't look like a complete mess. I'm going to put it like in this order. Okay, this one. I will. Never mind. I just use it like this and that's all. Maybe for this. Okay, I'm going to delete this. The columns is fine since I just wrote like various columns. Now the decoration. That's all. Okay, this is the introduction. So it is not only going to be about the places in Arabia, obviously, because there are many places outside the Arabian Peninsula. The places that I'll be talking about are obviously Arabia, Syria, Mesopotamia, Persia, Turkey, and Al-Andalus, and of course north of Africa. So well, something about the introduction. I think I should write an introduction about Islam here. The religion that arise is with Muhammad was spread over over the world. The God is Allah. Um, 5 pillars of Islam. Shahada. It's faith. Salat, praying 5 times per day in direction to Mecca. Zakat. How to say this in English? Delivering arms or tax. The yam is the another word, not sure how to say. Fasting. And I the pilgrimage to Mecca at least one time in your life. Okay, so this also works for introduction to Islam. Allah, in reality, in the pre-Islamic times, it was just another god, not like in pre-Islamic Arabia, religions in pre-Islamic Arabia was polytheistic. There were different gods. But first, I'm going to talk a bit earlier about Persia and the Zoroastrians. Zoroastrians is a monotheistic religion and with cult to Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda. Let's see if I find some pictures. You see, this is still very related with Mesopotamia, with ancient Mesopotamia. So Asura Mazda is the supreme god of Zoroastrians. He is the creator of everything good. He is not over powerful because he is trapped in the eternal cosmic fight against Angra Mainyu or Ahriman, the demon of evil. It is said that at the end of times, Ahura Mazda will defeat him. So Angra Mainyu is the evil one. Why you ask me this? Yes, you can. And hello, Angra Mainyu. Well, not very sure. Not this is not how I imagined him, but anyway. Ahura Mazda. Well, this is just for some visual reference, I suppose. Then there are some creatures like Daiva, that is a kind of demon that is servant of Angra Mainyu. Then there are the Amesa Spenta, the children of God. They are seven specters of the divinity, directly and are directly birthed from his will. Then the Yathatas, the venerable gods and goddesses, like Anahita, goddess of the waters, or Mithra, god of the order of the cosmos. Let me see if there are pictures. Anahita. You see, this is one, and the other is Mithra. Then there is also the Dahaka, that is a kind of serpent, a serpent of three heads that controls the storms and brings disease. Dahaka. So it's this kind of serpent. And as a special mention, the Dahaka is this creature from Prince of Persia. Now there is the Pairaka. These are evil female deities. They disguise in beauty to seduce, the typical character. Okay, so the creation of Ahura Mazda. At the beginning of the creation, everything was good. He creates the primigenial tree, a white ox, and Gayomart, the first man. But then the forces of evil devastate the creation. Things arise from the destruction, like from Gayomart arise the first couple of humans called Masi and Masiane. Angra Mainyu corrupts them, and Zoroastro is the prophet that should reconduce humanity to the good path. At the end, the Saotian will defeat the forces of evil in the apocalypse. Let me see the Saotians. If there are pictures of this, something like this. So, well, continuing with pre-Islamic, now I have finished with Zoroastrians. Now talking about pre-Islamic religion in Arabia. So, as I said before, Allah is just another deity. It is not the only God, and it is said that his daughters are Allat, Alutha, and Manat. Let me see if I find a picture. Allah, Allat, Al-Utha, and Manat. So it's something like this. Then there are other gods from other peoples living in this Middle East area, like this god Baal, the god of rain, storms, and fertility. It's from the Semitics. Another one is Dusara, god of justice, from Petra, from the Nabateans. Another one is Abgal, a deity of Palmyra. And well, finally, I just mentioned, I'll mention it later, obviously, when talking about art, but this, the Kaaba, the sacred place of the Islam, that is in Mecca. Some creatures, like the rock, it is a giant bird. It appears many times in the stories of Sinbad the Sailor. I will talk about that a bit later. It's a giant bird that eats elephants. Then there is the jinn, that is the genie. It is the genie like in Aladdin film, so the genie. And also another one that is very curious is the ghoul. That is like a kind of monster who eats corpses and such. Another interesting, well, I'm going to enter now in Islam and then I'll tell more interesting things. As you may know, Islam is connected to Christianism, like the beginning is similar. So about the story, I'm not going to enter very much about it because I will when I talk about Europe and Romanesque and Gothic art and such. So I'll just summarize the Genesis, the history of creation, Garden of Eden, Adam and Eva, Lilith, Cain and Abel, Judaism, the Hebraic Bible, and Christianism. Then the most important is the story of Abraham and Ismail. So Abraham is the original father of the Arabs and the not sure how this it is said in English. The Jew, and yes, sorry, I just forgot the Jews. He's a prophet of God. The archangel Gabriel takes care of him. Abraham and his family go to the land of Canaan. His wife Sarah can have kids, and because this, he has a kid with Agar, the servant. The kid is Ismail, who is the father of the Arabic people. Sarah is scared of enmities, and so Agar and Ismail are expelled to the desert. They are saved by an angel that takes them to the well of Zamzam in Mecca. And after this, it's when happened the sacrifice of Isaac and such. So let me see, Abraham and Ismail. I suppose there should be paintings. So you see the sons of Abraham are Ismail and Isaac. So Ismail is expelled to the desert, and then happened this episode of the sacrifice of Isaac and such like. And I'm going to stop about biblical stories for now because this is the most important. Then there is the figure of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. This also appeared a lot in stories and such. Solomon is a very wise ruler. He rules in Jerusalem. The Queen of Sheba is going to meet him. There are some kind of trials, but the queen is victorious in all the trials. So at the end, they marry, and they have a kid that is called Menelik that founds the royal lineage of Ethiopia. But the most important here, just remember the figure of Solomon, the Queen of Sheba, and also the art. Not very sure how to say this in English, also, but the arts of the Alliance. This thing, the Ark of Covenant. This that supposedly has the tables of Moses, if I remember well. Okay, another character is sequina. Not, I don't know if I'm going to find a picture of this. Well, sequina is like the female face of God in Judaism. She helped to guide the people of Israel in the Exodus from Egypt, and she takes care and protect Moses. Another interesting thing, Atlantis of the Sands. It is a lost legendary city in the deserts of the south of Arabia. It is thought that it was destroyed by a natural disaster or a punishment of God. So just another interesting thing. You see, it's like it could be like here. Another thing is the magic carpet. You know this for sure from Aladdin. Okay, and now about stories. Here from the times of the Persians, there are a couple interesting stories. One is the Saname, and let's see if I find some pictures or something. Saname. So it's this book. The Epic of the Kings is the masterpiece of Ferdowsi. It is divided in three parts. The mythical part is about the creation. It is very short. Then the heroic part, this is the longest. It's about different heroes. The most important is the hero called Rostam, the son of Tal and Rudaba. He kills his son Sorab by mistake. And then there is the historic aids about the fall of the Sasanians and the conquer by the Arabs. It's an interest. It's not, at least not that much interesting for me. The part of Rostam killing his son Sorab was it's very emotive, but for the rest you can expect, like, you can imagine what to expect from a book like this. It's mostly rulers and wars and these kind of things. Another one is Fish and Ramen. This was very hard for me to find, to read it. It is a love story from Persia. And yes, it is basically love story. Beast is the woman and Ramin is the man. So Beast is going to marry with Mobat, another man, but she doesn't want. Mobat asks for advice to his brothers that are called Thard and Ramin. But Ramin is in love with Beast. Mobat kidnaps Beast, and Beast and Ramin start sending letters. Time pass and then they meet in person. Beast falls in love with Ramin and then they are like partners, but they have to escape. Something happens and they are separated. Ramin starts to think that this romance doesn't have any future, so he breaks with her by letter. He marries with another woman called Gol. Beast starts sending letters to him saying that she's suffering because the breaking and such. At the end, Ramin goes to Beast to start again the relationship with her. Beast is like, no, because you did this and such, but at the end, they are together. They are together again, and they became the kings of the city of Mar. Every time this happens, like at the end, they become kings or queens or whatever. Another interesting thing, the has it's a bit hard to write. Assassin. This is the original word from Arabic. And I think you can guess what this means. This means assassin. And it is like basically it's Assassin's Creed. So it was, so you see assassin, the inspiration source of Assassin's Creed. So they were like the Japanese ninjas, basically like that. You think in Assassin's Creed it's pretty much the same. It's like well-trained assassins that they target who they want to kill, and so they kill them. And I just want to mention also Prince of Persia. I know this is not really mythology or whatever, but it's a game that I love very much. The original story of the Sands of Time for me is very nice. Well, just wanted to mention basically it's like there is a dagger and there are magic sands, and the sands are liberated, and the people are converted in sand monsters, and the dagger can recollect the sand and has the ability to travel back in time. So just wanted to mention. And in fact, in this movie, there is a movie. It's okay movie, not super good, not super bad. But in this movie, assassins appear. Let me see if I can show it. You see assassins. For example, this.
Stay there! Stay there! Stay there! Listen to me! Give me your sword. Give me your sword, or do you forsake even that honor? There are bodies down there, murdered by Hassan since on... We're so clever! This is no trick. Warns me so... My father spent so much time in prayer.
So only the assassin's part.
Tell me, brother. Qasim? Wait, Qasim? Qasim! Hussein! Protect the dagger!
There was another scene that is much better for. Interesting. What is this? I haven't watched that, so no idea. But there was a scene from this movie that it was also very nice. It was like the lead, this one. Like this man is a random man and the other one is an assassin. I think it's enough. I don't want copyright stuff happening also in this video. I'm just going to finish with that before starting with 1001 Night. Just Assassin's Creed 1 trailer. Just as for the assassin topic.
There you are!
Well, just mentioning the Crusades, I'm going to put picture. Crusades, a series of religious war impulsed by the Catholic Church in Middle Age to reconquer the Holy Land that was under the domain of the Islam. So, well, just basic concepts. Nice with time. And finally, the great book of Arabic, Islamic, whatever you want to call, mythology or folk tales or whatever, is the 1001 Nights. It's very long. I have a PDF that is like 2,500 pages, very, very long. So obviously I have only selected a few interesting stories. There are many stories are just with like random people and like very, very common stories, not very sure how to explain, like with not much magic and such. So I just choose most interesting, at least for me. So it starts with the sultan called Sariar, whose first wife was unfaithful. She cheated on him, so he kills her. After this, every night he spends the night with a different woman, and when the night is over, he kills this woman. So as kind of revenge. So the people in the city are scared. There are not enough young daughters to fulfill the desires of the sultan. So the daughter of the vizier, that is called Scheherazade, offers to marry with the sultan, but to survive, she starts telling stories to the sultan every night, alongside her sister Dunjazad. So this is basically the main plot of 1001 Nights. To avoid being killed and save all the other girls, she entertains the sultan with stories. So it's like she's telling a story, and then when the sun arises and the night is ended, she's like, I will continue with another story the next day if I am allowed to survive. And then the sultan says, of course you are allowed to survive. It's wonderful, the stories that you tell. So this is how it prolongs over 1001 nights. And after the time, after that many nights, Scheherazade says, I have had kids with you. You should not kill me, because then the kids will not have a mother. So the sultan says, of course I'm not going to kill you. I have already forgotten your life long ago and such. So this is how Scheherazade marries the sultan and stops that women are killed every night. Let me see if there is any pictures. Scheherazade. So this is like painting. This is Sultan and Scheherazade, I suppose. Okay, and now some stories. The Fisher and the Genie. This is very funny. The Fisher fishes a jar. He opens the jar and a genie comes out, and he's going to kill him. The Fisher says, you should prove that you have power. So what if you enter again in the jar? And the genie does this. So the Fisher threatens him with throwing the jar to the sea again. So at the end, the genie is like, no, please don't throw it to the sea. I want to be free. So at the end, the genie is good, and there is happy ending. Another story is the vizier and the Duban Sheikh, or the Sheikh Duban. Duban is a sheikh and a healer who is going to heal the king Yunnan from leprosy. But the counselor says that Duban is going to kill him. Duban is killed, but before, Duban gives a book to Yunnan. When Yunnan reads the book, he is poisoned because there was poison in the pages. Another story, the three apples. This one is very funny because it's like perfect story for making an anime or something like this. A fisher discovers a chest, and in this chest there is a corpse of a woman. So it's like a crime. The vizier, that is called Jafar, has the task to discover who has committed this crime, and if he doesn't find it, then he will be killed. So the time is ending, he's going to be killed, and then among the people, the husband of the woman says that he is the responsible of the killing. And then the father of the woman also says that he is the responsible, but then the husband tells the story. The woman had been sick and she wanted apples, so the husband traveled in search of 3 apples. When he returned and some time passed, he was walking in the street and a slave had an apple, and the slave said that his girlfriend had given this apple. Then the husband thinks that his wife was cheating him with the slave, so the man kills the wife. Later, it is discovered that this slave was lying, and the plot twist of the end, this slave is the slave of Jafar, of the vizier. So it's like very funny. Another story, there is a huntsman, how to say this? Hunchback. There is a hunchback that it's like he's dead, but in reality, and then there are many people who are involved, like some people try to feed him, and then he gets the food like in here, and he's like dead, but in reality it's not dead. Other people, like, I don't know, I don't remember well, but it's like different people are involved in seeing this hunchback, but at the end the hunchback wasn't even dead. Another story is the ebony horse. Probably for this I can find a ebony horse. Well, I suppose it's more something like this. It's a kind of mechanical flying horse, and the Prince of Persia flies on it. Another funny story, Abu Hassan and the gas. Not very sure how to translate this in Spain, in English. So it's Abu Hassan expelled gas like from his ass in his wedding, so he leaves because he is embarrassed, but then he returns and it's like everyone remembers this act, and in the story it was said like that he asked a woman, when did your daughter when was your daughter born? And then the woman says it was born in the day of Abu Hassan doing this in the wedding. So it's like they even mark this in the calendar. Okay, and now the last 3 stories I'm going to tell are like more known. The first one is Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. I'm just going to use a trailer for this, and that's all. Just to put something. Okay, for putting this, just for visual reference, I must say that the Disney version and the original version are a bit different. Personally, I like more the Disney version for a few reasons. I tell the original version. Aladdin is a poor and kind of, how to say, it's like a kid who is always playing and he doesn't want to work. He lives with his mother. There is a sorcerer that comes from Africa who lied to him to make them believe that he is his uncle, like he is coming to see the brother, who is the father, who is dead. So it's like this man is saying, "Oh, my brother who is dead, I should stay with you and help you and such," but it's everything fake. So with time, obviously Aladdin and the mother trust him, so he can trick them, and he takes Aladdin to the entrance of the cave and says him to get the magic lamp. Before entering, he gives Aladdin a magic ring, and this ring also has a genie. So when he's inside, this stuff about he gets trapped happens, but then he gets out with the genie of the ring. There is no flying carpet in this story. When he leaves, he's outside, he discovers also the genie of the lamp, then he gets rich, he gets a palace, he marries with a princess, and then this sorcerer from Africa discovers about all this happening. So he steals the lamp, he transports the palace to Africa. Well, at the end there is happy end, just like in the Disney movie. Like the sorcerer is killed, and then the genie brings back the palace to the original location and such. I like the Disney version more because mostly because that at the end the genie is free. I like that. So I just saw this for visual reference.
I think there's something written here.
10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck.
Say the magic word.
Genie, I wish for you to make me a prince.
He has the lamp.
We're never gonna get a hold of that lamp! Oh, that hurts!
Do you trust me?
A whole new world.
Don't you dare close your eyes.
100,000
Hold your breath,
to
it's
see.
better. Let me share this whole new world with you.
Keep your hands and arms inside the carpet. We're out of here!
I'm going to put also the actors trailer because if you haven't watched this movie, you should. It's very wonderful. I love it. Going to put the other.
They're over there! Get them!
Stop thief!
You three get back here! Stop that boy! She's on the roof!
You stumbled upon an opportunity. I can make you rich. Rich enough to impress a princess.
What would I have to do?
There's a cave of wonders. Bring me the lamp.
Great one who summons me, I stand by my oath, loyalty to wishes 3. I'm kidding. Watch this.
Watch out! You done wound me up. You ain't never had a friend like me.
Hey, can you make me a prince?
There is a lot of gray area in make me a prince. I could just make you a prince.
Oh, no.
Y'all see my palace?
You look like a prince. on the outside. But I didn't change anything on the inside. Showtime.
No, I'm in charge, okay? I say when it's time. Really? I thought a princess could go anywhere.
Not this princess.
Do you trust me? Don't you dare close your eyes. Hold your breath, it gets better.
I'm like a shooting star. I've come so far.
Let me share this whole new world with
Another story. The story of Sinbad the Sailor. Sailor. There is also a movie about this, but it's not very loyal to the story. It's more like a fanfic. But anyway, Sinbad is a sailor who does 7 travels in the sea. Every time he gets shipwrecked, and then he has different adventures. Also, I must say that this story is a copy paste from the Odyssey. There are few stories that are well, copy paste from Odyssey. I want to see
Huge.
if
No.
this trailer at least appears on.
For the most daring thief ever face. We are going to newest
A ship woman. Bunkmate? Oh.
They've got a
Let me see. The animal is Island. This. This is the first travel. This is a nice one. A whale that is like an island.
Veer off, Kale!
Stop!
Hold your...
Well, I think you can imagine. This is the first travel. The second travel is they arrive in an island with rocks. If you remember, the rocks are the giant birds. And then they arrive to an island with serpents and diamonds. Then the third travel is a monster very similar to Polyphemus from the Odyssey. And another one, he marries with a woman who's in among people whose custom is that if one of the partners die, then the other is buried alive. So he marries with a woman, but the woman dies, so he's buried alive. At the end, he escapes. Different. These are the most interesting of the adventures. The other are not that much interesting. Well, I want to show the giant bird at least. I think that appeared in the trailer.
Still think a ship's no place?
Pictures. Brad Pitt, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Michelle Pfeiffer.
Who's bad?
This one.
Get a
It's like the giant bird. And the last story before starting with art is Alibaba and the 40 stealers. 40 thieves. There is a kid story about this that is very short and good. I think it was this. I think it was this.
And selling it in the
Yeah,
town.
this one. Okay, first I tell the story and then I'm going to use this video to show the different parts. So Alibaba is a poor man. He cuts wood to sell it in the market and survive. And while he's cutting the wood, he see the thieves entering the cave. The passport is open sesame, I suppose the translation is in English. Open sesame. So this is the passport. And when the thieves go away, Alibaba enters and steals some treasures. But when he arrives home, he's discovered by his brother. So the brother goes to the cave. He forgets the passport. When exiting, the thieves catch him and kill him. Then the thieves are going to hunt the one who also knows the location of the cave and the secret of the cave and such. They put some marks in the door, but they are tricked, and then they disguise as oil sellers. The thieves are inside the oil jars, but the wife or the servant in the original story discovers about them. She kills them with burning oil, and then at the end the leader of the thieves is also killed. So well, I'm going to use this not going to watch it full, just going to skip to the most important part. So he's here cutting the wood. See? One out. Okay, it's fine. So then we know this about the thieves.
There was a band of 40 thieves who attacked and raided towns all over the country.
Open sesame!
Band of
He enters, he treasure.
Did them onto his mule and got his wife round to his...
Oh, the trick is going to work.
Yes, I put some oil in the bottom.
Good.
Greedy.
It soon.
So this is the brother. They discovered that they.
Wheel.
Alibaba was honest. He told
They had some treasure or something.
him the truth.
Open sesame!
So the brother goes to the cave to get treasure for him.
I did it! Open sesame! Close sesame!
And the other word.
Oh, what
Then
was
he
it?
forgets what is the word to
Oh, that's it! Open barley! Oh, no, that's not it. Oats! Broad beans! Please open! Peas, azuki beans, soya beans, corn! Oh.
You're a thief! What the?
Oh, Lord and Master!
You're a thief! You won't get away with this!
And so Cassim was caught by the 40 thieves and killed. But not before he'd told them everything about Alibaba. The thieves could recognize the house and then kill Alibaba.
So they put the mark.
However, Alibaba's maid, Morgiana, had been watching all this.
I wonder what the cross means.
So what he does is put crosses in other doors to trick the thieves.
How on earth can we find out which is Alibaba's house? Don't you remember which one it is?
Well, my eyesight is pretty good, but my memory is very bad.
You stupid. Oh, no. And I've got a favor to ask of you. Please have
We've run out of...
the jar with the...
Ugh, it made me
So
feel
here
a
are
lot
the jars
better.
with
Yeah,
the
I
thief
felt better
and
too.
then-
What a stupid fool. Is that you, boss?
Yes.
Is it time to kill Alibaba yet?
Not yet.
I want to get on with it soon. It's so cramped in these jars.
Well, in the kitchen and
Morgiana, stop it!
This man is the leader of the 40 Thieves.
What?
Right.
driven all the thieves. This young man loved Morgiana deeply, and the townspeople.
You have seen enough, I think. So this is enough for mythology, and now I'm going to start with art. Syria. Relations between Syria and Egypt existed since antiquity. Syria. Here are the first monuments of the Arab architecture. Umayyad dynasty. Dome of the Rock. It is in Jerusalem. The Muslims think that the rock is in the center is the point where Muhammad ascended to the heavens. Plant and geometric decoration. Circular plant. In south is the Mosque of Al-Aqsa with silver dome. I'm going to put at least one of the interior. This one. And Al-Aqsa. Great Mosque of Damascus, also called the Umayyad Mosque. It is the most important mosque of Damascus. It is the fourth most sacred place of Islam after Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem. Planned with hypostyle room using Roman columns and a central nave that leads to the mihrab, decorated with colored mosaics. I'm going to put two pictures of this, one from the outside and one from the inside. In general, I'm not going to put two pictures of all of them, but this one is important. Palace of the Desert. There were more than 30 palaces, but most are destroyed, similar to Roman villas, more or less. Well, to Roman villas. Some examples are Qusayr Amra, Jirbadar Mafire, and Masada. The decorations are incredible. Qusayr Amra. This one has painting, so I'm going to put more pictures. Not very sure where the others are. This is Yerbat Arma 5. No, here. And the last one is Misata. Okay, give me a moment, please. But no, sorry. Want to see that. Okay. Egypt. Abul Abbas al-Safa becomes caliph and begins the Abbasid dynasty. The artistic center is transferred from Damascus to Baghdad. Mosque of Intulun, it is in Cairo, built in the 9th century, great Eastern influence due to the abundance of arches and domes. Mosque of Al-Azhar. The Fatimids are extended to Egypt. It is okay, I understand. It is built. This mosque is built where that mixes influences of Intulun and Kairouan. Use of bricks and columns. I'm going to continue. Mosque of Aladdin. This is from the 11th century. This is an irregular rectangle with amazing minarets and reminds to pharaonic propylaeos. That night scene in the courtyard is the fountain. Mosque of Al-Akmar. Use of stilted arts built with brick and quatin of rock, very decorated facade, and kilometer of fustat for the Nile waters. This is another dynasty, so I'm going to put the pictures of this first. In Tulum and Al-Assad. Now the Alakim. I'm searching for a specific picture. But I don't find it. Searching for that picture. Oh, here. Al-Akmar. And the Nilometer. Fatimids. Appears Ubayyad al-Mahdi appears that takes the name of Fatimid by Fatima, daughter of Muhammad. They don't recognize the Abbasid Caliphate. Bab al-Nas Gate and Bab al-Hudud Gate are examples of fortified cities, fortified gates. This is one, Bab al-Nas and Bab al-Hudud. In the 14th century, with the Mamelukes, there are constructions of stone and marble. Mosque Madrasa of Sultan Hassan from Persian influence with lot of decoration. Complex of Sultan al-Asraf Qaitbay from the 15th century. The mosque here has a rich decoration and a minaret of squared plan that then goes to orthogonal and circular. And with the Ottoman conquest in the 16th century appeared the Mosque of Great Dome as the Blue Mosque in Turkey. Let's see what I put here. Of Hassan. I suppose this. No. I want to put this picture. Yes, this one. More. The Quiet Bay. There was something else. Okay, that's nothing else. Special mentions: the Masjid al-Haram. This is the Mecca mosque, the most important of the Islamic world. It has form of a square surrounded by walls of stone. In the center of the courtyard is the Kaaba, a fragment of meteorite covered with a black silk. And Mosque of Hassan II. This mosque was built in the end of the 20th century, and it is the biggest mosque of Morocco, I suppose Morocco, and has the tallest minaret of the world. So one picture for each one. And Mosque of Hassan. Hello, Susie. How are you? Mesopotamia is the second point of formation of Arab art with influence of Sassanid art. Ruins of Raqqa, near the Euphrates River, it was the capital before Baghdad. Ujaydir Palace with a great wall. Balkuwara Palace, it is a complex whose most significant thing is the decoration. Samarra, the ruins are in north of Baghdad. The mosques here were a great square courtyard which surrounded with surrounded with gates and rooms divided in naves with pillars. The minaret had form of cylindrical towers with a round palace in form of T. Well, I should put the others first. Prince of Raqqa. Jair Palace. Now Samarra. Okay, sure what to put. I think I'm going to put this. Okay. Persia. Persia was conquered by the Arab Empire in the first half of the 7th century, and that meant the end of the Sassanid Empire. Funerary monuments are inspired in Mesopotamian forms, with a squared, orthogonal, or circular space covered with a great dome. Ribat of Susa, defensive architecture that is made of a combination between combat and defensive building. The tower has the function of minaret. Ribat of Susa. If we water eating 15 pasta, you shouldn't eat too much. But 15 is not that much anyway. Rebats of Susa, Seljuk dynasty. Ancestors of the Turks. The main ruler is Seljuk that conquers Baghdad in the 11th century. The Caliph gives him the title of Sultan. Mosque of Jameh Isfahan from the 9th century. It is formed by a great rectangular courtyard. The Qibla wall is flanked by two tall cylindrical minarets with a square room with a dome. I think my stomach is too small, maybe. I want to put also from the interior. This is different, I think. This is from another place. Well, then I don't put from the interior of this. Towers of Tangan, funerary towers, mausoleum of Karakan with dome. E1, it is a monumental facade with a great arch in a rectangle. In the example is Ben Gumpuri Masjid and Castle Haid al Sarki. This is here because the caravans are like an inn for travelers. An inn for travelers. This construction is an Umayyad castle in the middle of the desert of Syria. Let's see, these are the towers, the mausoleum. This is the masjid, and this is the caravasa. Let's see. First the towers and that mausoleum. Not sure if I can put them all in the same. Well, I'm going to try. Mausoleum of Karakan. And then day 1 and the Garavasar. Begumpuri Masjid. And Gas Al Khair Al Sarki. How many topics left for today? It's just Arabic art. It is not that long. Not very sure. I am almost 2 hours. I expect at least 2 hours more. Mongols. They are the heirs of Genghis Khan. Influence of China in iconography. The city of Tabriz is very important. Paramin Mosque and Yaz Mosque are two examples of mosques with similar decoration to the previous one. You stay, you are going to see very beautiful buildings, because now the beautiful buildings start. This is for Baramin and the Jazz. This is fantastic. So wonderful. The Jazz one, I'm going to put many pictures. I think this close it. I can close it full. Yes, not going to use. So many beautiful pictures of this mosque. And one more. This door, where is this door? Here, and then this. Yo para mí. Wow. And this the Mosque of Jazz. Jazz. Tomb of Ahmad Sanjar. This is the mausoleum of Sultan Ahmad Sanjar from Seljuk Empire, the typical Arab Persian tomb as described before, with great dome. It belonged to a bigger complex that had a mosque and a palace, being the mausoleum in the center. Tomb of Humayun in India. It is fantastic. It reminds to the Taj Mahal, but that will be seen in India. Okay, it reminds to the Taj Mahal. And the tomb of Abd al-Samad. Ahmad Sanjar, this the interior. Where is this? Ahmad Sanjar, Humayun. This one. Not giving much protagonism to this because it already this is not a picture because it appeared already in Indian art. I like this, that blue windows. Yes, a lot of blue in these buildings. You will see more blue very soon. The blue continues. It's very beautiful. So this is the tomb of Ahmad Sanjar. This is mausoleum of Humayun. Tomb of Humayun. And the last one, tomb of Abd al-Samad. This one, yes, I'm going to put this on this. This is tomb of Abd al-Samad. Also later, as Islamic art, there is also in Spain. So later, there will be art from Spain. So, and especially places that I want to visit. When you come to Spain, I will love to visit these places with you. Miniature Islamic painting, mainly Seljuk and Mongol. It is mainly of fantastic tales with plants, animals, but also some historic and persons. Kalila and Dina, Caravan of Pilgrims, Fight of Rogues, Hassan studying the Quran, Chronics of Rasid al-Din. Okay, probably I'm going to put them all, since this is the only time that these miniatures appear. Going to see if it is in order. Almost. This is number 5. Next part. Timurids. The main city is Samarkanda. Samarkanda. Here there are the mosques of Bibi Khanum, Serdor, the madrasa of Ulugh Beg, the observatory of Ulugh Beg, and the mausoleum of Gur-e-Amir, whose sarcophagus is the black one. Madrasa Nadir Diwan Begi in Bukhara with great mosaics. Okay, this is all from the Timurids. There will be a few pictures of this. Samarkand is important city. It seems I don't have big picture of Samarkand. I'm going to search a picture. Samarkand. Hello, Annabelle. I'm going fine, and you? Everything fine for you? This picture is a little bit big. But anyway. Very nice. Good. Okay, now different buildings from Samarkand. And they are very beautiful, so I'm going to add many pictures. I think this, I'm going to cut it. Recently, I created a dynamic block on Scratch too, and I'm still working as mods on my Minecraft map. Very nice. What is a Scratch 2? Is that a game development program? Stair door. Scratch is an educational software for creating 2D games using script blocks. If you want, I can send you a picture of the Scratch interface. Sure, you can share me in Discord and I can check later. I will give a try to this program. Maybe it's interesting. Send me a picture in Discord, please. Mosque Observador. Interior, obviously, I'm going to add it. It's this and this. It is this. No, not that one. Observador is this one. Who look back? Ulugh Peg. And I think I'm not missing anything else. This, the madrasa in Bukhara. Oh, the observatory. There are many buildings here. Observatory of Ulugh Beg and the mausoleum. Okay, many pictures. Observatory. Mausoleum of Buremir. This is also in Samarkand, I think. Yes. I send you a picture on Discord. It take a long time because it's hard to find a picture in English and good resolution. It's fine. Thank you very much. No worries. And the last one is this Nadir Diwan Begi in Bukhara. Nadir Diwan Begi. Nadir Diwan Begi. Madrasa. Safavids. Founded in the 14th century, remains the Shah Mosque of Isfahan. Most important is the Shah Mosque of Isfahan. Shah Mosque, Isfahan, also called Royal Mosque of Isfahan, From the 17th century, it is the center of the bulbous dome, amazing decoration, interior and exterior, geometric forms and use of cold colors, blue mostly, masterpiece of Persian architecture. Many pictures of this. This one is completely wonderful. One of the best buildings. Very, very, very beautiful. Ardabil Sanctuary, amazing decoration, and in the interior there was a collection of Chinese porcelain. Lokhtala Mosque, Oratory of the Shah, Maidan of Isfahan. It is an open space in the center of city. It is like an open bazaar with gardens. Some buildings are the Ali Kapu, the Chikhil Sutun Palace, the Haj Bishit Pavilion, and the Guayu Bridge. These are available at least two. One for exterior and one for interior. This one. Yes. Or maybe I can put both. I think this is too much big. The camera sensor is dark in your room. I think it's both. Problem is that I am with the air conditioner, so. But give me a moment. Okay, now it should be better. I had the window closed because I put the air conditioner. I just not sure how to say. Like I open it, the window is not opened, but the light can enter. I suppose now you can see me better. But anyway, the camera is not really that important. It's more important the pictures I'm showing here. Ardabil Sanctuary. There was another thing. The Loftala Mosque. And now the Maidan of Isfahan. I'm going to add also this picture. Just because the close-up blue. Okay. Now the Maidan of Isfahan. Is the Chihil Sudun. Sigil, Student Palace. And these last two. Hast visit. Die Hist. Die Hist. Why you breathe? Have a nice evening. Have a nice evening, you too. Thank you for passing by. Enjoy. Next chapter is Turkey. The Ottoman Turks, who came from center of Asia, adopt the artist form. Wait, let me correct this. Adopted the artist forms of the civilizations that they contacted with, being Persians the most. Mosque of Ulu Kami in Bursa, the interior is incredible with epigraphic decoration. Mosque of Yesil Kami in Bursa with impressive decoration and tombs. Mosque Serefeli in Edirne with pointed minarets. Mosque of Aladdin in Konya. It serves as mosque of the throne of the Sultan Seljuk of Rum and has dynastic mausoleums. It is named so by Sultan Ala ad-Din Kaikubad I. The minaret, the marble mihrab, and the east door are from the Ottoman period. The east part of the mosque, built with reused Byzantine and Greek columns, is very big. This is wonderful in the interior. with the Zulu Kami and Yesil Kami. There is the Edirne. Aladdin. Now the Blue Mosques. Blue Mosque of Tabriz tends to quit the courtyard. It is from the 15th century. The courtyard is replaced by a great room with domes surrounded by other little domes. This type prevails with the conquest of Constantinople. Greek decoration mixed with Islamic and Byzantine styles, cylindrical minarets. Blue Mosque of Istanbul. It is in front of Saint Sophia, separated by a garden space. It has 6 minarets, more than 20,000 blue tiles, and more than 200 windows, and also spider lamps. Mosque of Selim. It is similar to the one in Istanbul. It has the tallest minarets of our Turkey. Hagia Sophia of Constantinople is a Byzantine basilica that was transformed into a mosque. I'm going to put this in this better. Or no. Blue Mosque of Istanbul. Okay, in here. Okay, Blue Mosque of Tabriz first. About Hagia Sophia, I'm not really going to add much because it is in Byzantine, but I think the interior is very interesting to add. So that's the main reason. Blue Mosque of Istanbul. These are the most important. Next one, Mosque of Selim. Mosque of Rustem Pasa, similar to the previous one with blue tiles. Mosque of Sezade, the interior is white and the decoration is fantastic. And Baths of Roxelane, an example of Turkish baths. Okay, when I reach Western Mediterranean, I'm going to take a short break. Rustem Pasa. Sezade. And the last one, the Turkish baths. Finally, the Topkapi Palace. With Suleiman the Magnificent. Let's see how I'm going to do this because there are many pictures. Topkapi Palace, a great complex for Suleiman the Magnificent with gardens and many rooms, as all well decorated. Suleiman the Magnificent. Obviously, Suleiman here. Okay, Topkapi Palace is done. Western Mediterranean, I'm going to take a break. Art here is very important, mostly in Iberian Peninsula, but also North Africa. Al-Andalus is this territory. Art called Hispano-Islamic. Cordoba, Taifa Kingdoms, African dynasties, Nasrid, and at the end also the Mudéjar art. Last part, but it's very long. Like there will be a lot of pictures to add. So I'm going to take a short break. Yes, I added this picture here. I'll be back in around 10 minutes. 3 hours, nice. Okay, let's go with the longest part. Cordoba period. Arabs conquered the peninsula. Adopt Visigothic forms, forces saw arches, decorated towels. Towels? Towels, what is this? Not sure if this is a typo or... I think always is the connector of the ball. Okay. Byzantine influence in Waf's next capital with chiaroscuro, lobed arches and geometric plant and epigraphic decoration. Abderrahman I goes to Cordoba and became emir and becomes emir. Mosque of Cordoba, many ampliations. Abderrahman I transforms the church in mosque. I feel a bit confused now because I thought that first is the mosque and then is the church. Transform the church in mosque of 11 neighbors. Abderrahman II make it longer, Aladdin II too. Finally, Al-Mansur ampliated it laterally, and so the mihrab is off-center. Villa Viciosa chapel and the many domes are of great beauty, and the minaret San Esteban door is prototype for many doors over all Mediterranean. I will check that. Want to check it that quickly. Cordoba. Oh yeah, so stupid. It was at the beginning. So this one, Basilica of Saint Vincent of Zaragoza, originally stood on the site of the current mosque cathedral. Okay, okay. Yes. So stupid. Anyway. Searching this one. All this is in Spain and North Africa. More pictures of a mosque of Cordoba. Probably 5 pictures. Maybe this other is better. Don't know, I still like this one. Maybe just because I'm used to this. Like for the visual. On the lighter color. I think enough, yes. These 5 pictures are more than enough. Medina Zahara, called also Madinat al-Zahra, palace Abderrahman III built for his favorite wife Azahara. Various courtyards, people from Byzantium and Baghdad worked hard here. Main room had precious materials, plant and geometric decoration. Medina Zahara is this one. Let's see if I find the picture I want to find. This one. Yes. This is the Beihid capital. Bab al-Mardum. Pues lo sabía. And Mosque of Kairouan in Africa. Taifa Kingdoms. Taifa Kingdoms appear as weakening of Cordoba power. Aljaferia of Zaragoza is a palace similar to a castle. It has the mosque with mihrab, has cylindrical towers, all decoration made with plaster grid arches. Mosque of Torneria is built over Roman water deposits, 2 plants. Alcazaba of Malaga. Palace fortress was built over the rock, has defensive constructions and gardens and rooms in interiors. Plaza de las Armas is the place where you can see all the city. Upper room is protected by homemade tower. There is palace. for interior. This one. African dynasties period. Invasions of Almoravids and Almohads. Almohads, and Berbers. Almoravids, Almohads, Berber. Almoravids, capital city in Marrakech, Africa. They live in fortresses. They come to the peninsula. To help against Christians in the reconquest. Mosque of Argel in Africa, white stucco gives sensation of purity. Mosque of Tremthen in Africa, Mosque of Karavijin in Fez, Africa, also called Mosque Al-Karouin, has the oldest university of the world, and Monteagudo Castle in Murcia, Spain, palace fortress of Immardanis, King Lobo. Let's see. I think this one is a different mosque. This is not the same. It's a bit confusing. What is its one? Okay, I just put this one, who cares? Now Mosque of Tlemcen. If I find it. This one or the other one. Too many cards for my taste. What more? Mosque of Scarawin. Karawin. Almohads now. They were in Morocco. 12th century they conquered Marrakech and were called by Taifa kings, established capital city in Sevilla in Peninsula. Mosque of Sevilla currently is cathedral, but still remains the minaret and patio de los Naranjos. Minaret is Giralda. Interior is like tower inside other tower. Alcázar of Sevilla, walls of 66 gates, remains the patio del Yeso and Torre del Oro, a watchtower. Mosque of Sevilla. Alcázar. I'm very sure how I'm going to put this. Okay, I want this. This. And then the last one, this tower. Next one, Mosque of Kutubiyya. Minaret is full. It's complete, I suppose. Complete. Tower Hassan in Rabat. There was a mosque here, but now just remained a minaret and a courtyard of column. And Gate of Udayas in Rabat. One picture for each. Mosque of Kutubiyya. I want this picture. Tower Hassan. And the Gate of the Udayas. Mosque of Taza, Mosque of Tinmal, interesting, brick, Tower of Espantaperros in Badajoz, Las Claras, Murcia, transition between Almohad and Nasrid, typology, flutist with Mithmar. Mosque of Taza appears. I have seen that one here before. Taza. And now the Tinmal. That one. And the Espantaperros Tower. Honestly, I think I'm going to skip that. Las Claras. And the flutist. is this one. Berbers. Abu Yusuf puts the capital city in Fez, many madrasas as of Atarin, of Saleh, of Bu Inaniya, and of Al Sardi. Alawi family, gate of Bab al Mansur, mausoleum of Mullah Ismail, Dar el Makten, a palace with bronze doors. The one for each one. What else? Now we Famigate of Bab al Mansour. Mausoleum of Mullah Ismail. This last one. Dar el Makten. Okay. Nasri, the last period before Mudéjar. There is more decoration and poor constructive forms are hidden. Kingdom of Granada is the last Arab kingdom in Iberian Peninsula. The dynasty began by Muhammad ibn Yusuf ibn Nasr ibn al-Almar. From Nasr come Nasrid. Muhammad ibn Yusuf ibn Nasr ibn al-Amar. Very long name. Alhambra. It is a palace fortress. It has been very reconstructed because it was built over cheap materials, different zones. Entrance from north side, you enter by Puerta de las Armas, where you had to let your weapons to enter. In east of Alcazaba is Homey Tower, along with others. The other door you see is Puerta de la Justicia. Make sure, okay, this is going for parts because it's very big. So it is only one place, but it has many different parts. So this is like the planning. Okay, I'm going to put this one of the walls. Not really interested in the pictures of the doors. Mexuar was for audience and justice things. Decoration is result of many interventions. Courtyard of the Mexuar is a place of unknown functionality, but was adapted as bedroom for Isabel of Portugal. If you go through Cuarto Dorado, you will see the facade of the next. So this is the Mexuar, this is the facade, and this is the next Palace of Comares. Okay. So first the Mexuar. And the facade. Next. Okay, not that's relevant. Palace of Comares. Facade was built in the 14th century by Muhammad V. The patio de la Alberca or de los Arrayanes is in the center and is the pool. Water acts like a mirror. Reflected is Tower of Comares with the Salón de los Embajadores, biggest and more elevated room with poetic content and the universe represented in ceiling. Here there are a few buildings mentioned. So this is the Comares. So the palace is the building, but then the courtyard, whole courtyard is courtyard of the Arrayanes. This is the Hall of Ambassadors. What more? Palace of the Lions. It has the courtyard. From each one of the rooms flows a stream to go to center, and that goes to center. In courtyard, there is A fountain with lion with many symbologies. Sala de los Abencerrajes, bedroom of the Sultan, Sala de las Dos Hermanas with poems in the walls. Don't worry, I will be translating as much as I can. First, the Palace of the Lions is this part. It's the courtyard of the lions. But anyway. Let's see if I find a proper picture. What the fuck? This is the Abencerrajes and then the two sisters. El Partal, son of houses and of palace servants, palace of Charles V from Renaissance designed by Pedro Machuca, and Generalife, villa with gardens used by the Arab kings of Granada as rest place. So, one picture for each. El Partal. Now the Palace of Charles. And the last one, this, the Generalice. Okay, this presentation is almost done. Just missing the Mudehar, that is like a mix between Christian and Islamic. Last part. I don't think I will put all the examples of the churches, just the most important. Mudehar art uses Arab techniques in Christian lands. Use of poor materials, masonry or brick, lot of decoration with plaster on wooden ceilings. Romanesque Mudehar and Gothic Mudehar. Romanesque Mudehar, use of brick in walls with blind arches, decoration with the bricks in zigzag. Toledo, here are the churches of San Roman of 3 naves separated with horses or arches, and Santiago de Arrabal of 3 naves with pointed arches over pillars with towers. Let's see. I want to go super quick about these churches. San Román, Santiago de Arrabal. Avila, here's the church of Lugareja with dome that is a square tower in the exterior. Also the towers of San Martín de Arévalo. And in León, here are the churches of San Lorenzo, made of brick, and San Tirso, both in Sahagún. Other manifestations are the archeries of San Juan de Duero. Completely obvious, I'm going to use only one picture per each. San Lorenzo, San Tirso. These ones are big. Gothic mudéjar. Andalucía, especially in Sevilla, Gothic mixes with Almohad and Nasrid art. Here are the churches of Santa Marina and Santa Catalina, also the monastery of Rábida and San Isidoro del Campo. Yeah. Oh, it is almost finished. Castilla, the center is Toledo. Little decoration in exterior, but lot of decoration in interior. Group of synagogues in Toledo called Santa Maria la Blanca with amazing archeries and Nuestra Señora del Tránsito, and so named the towers of Santo Tomé, San Miguel el Alto, Santa Leocadia, and Illescas. Among the civil buildings, I can name the Puerta del Sol that combines horse-pointed arch with semicircular. Other is the Palace of King Don Pedro with a nice cover, and also the Casa de Mesa because interior decoration. Many buildings here. Many buildings. Let's see how I do this. This was Castilla. Santa Maria la Blanca. The interior is more interesting, obviously. Nuestra Señora del Tránsito. Oh, towers. Where's this one? This. No, not this. It is that one, but not the picture I want. This. And there was another tower, I think. Yes, Cass. All. Palace and house. Okay, just these things. This palace. And the other is Casa de Mesa. Aragon. It is very important because here there live many Morrises. Great decoration in interior and exterior. It is not in gates, it is in walls. La Seu de Zaragoza is the most important mudéjar monument. It began as Gothic, but the construction was so long that it has many styles. 5 naves, being the central one taller, use of crossbows, the chapels are dedicated to various saints, the major altar is sculpted by Pere Joan. Other churches to name are Santa Maria de Maluenda and Magdalena de Zaragoza. Towers usually are of polygonal plant, and I can name the Tower of San Martin and the Tower of San Salvador, both in Teruel. Pere Joan, I think Pere Joan is like this. Okay, from this I will put some picture of interior. At least one. I have visited this building and it's very nice. Other things. Santa Maria de Maluenda. La Magdalena. And now the towers. Santa María Maluenda. And the other one. Magdalena. And now the towers. And two extras. Cathedral of Santa María de Teruel and Cathedral of Nuestra Señora de la Huerta de Tarazona. Last two pictures I add. And with this, it is finished. Now the summary of the artworks, and then I'll play an artistic adventure. Let's see the time, 4 hours and a half. Okay, I expected 4 hours of stream. It's going to be 5 hours, I guess, but it's fine. Now I think about, maybe I should plan. Like, why not? Oops. Here. It is only one picture. Bolts. Okay. Decoration 3. Okay. Okay, it's finished. I need a moment. Get ready for the last part. How is everything going? Everything fine, I'm almost finished. Siege of Persia. 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 Osservatorio europeo. This is bats. Palace of Medina Side. I think. Map of the San Salvador Tower. Then the Tin Mall. Exterior Tin Mall. Okay, now it should be fixed. I'm going to test these 3 places. Okay, let's see now. I finished, everything is done. I hope you enjoy and you learned with this. See you next time.